Hi, everybody. Sorry, I was just looking to see how part 3 was going. This is part 4 of Neva's 24-hour sprints. So welcome. I will hopefully have some friends joining me within the 4 hours, but this is where we're going to be for 4 hours, and we're going to talk and we're going to sprint and we're going to have fun and it's going to be great. So welcome. Let us know what you are reading, what you're going to be doing during the sprints. Just a disclaimer, these sprints have been going on for at least 12 hours at this point. Yeah. I can math. I'm not a math teacher. At least 12 hours at this point. So the sprints are going to be long, but the chats might be long too. And that's just the way it's going to be. So, just a little warning there. All right. Let's see what we have. These messages, I'm not so sure that you are here anymore, but these were left at 12:44 a.m. my time. Hi again, everyone. I'm in bed, but wanted to show some love. Happy sprinting. Thank you so much. Pause to hydrate, snack. Tell us what it was because we are nosy. Check the laundry, take your meds. Show some love to the like button. Make sure you sub and ring that bell so you hopefully get notified. Thank you so much. Hi, Ro. How are you this morning? I was a little bit worried last night. So I was very wide awake as we reached the end of Neva's first leg. And I actually went into Brooklyn's part for a little while, and I was pretty awake. And then all of a sudden I just started to get sleepy, and I knew I needed to be up for these. So then I was freaking out. And I think that's why I was getting sleepy, because as soon as I jumped off of Brooklyn's sprints, I was wide awake and I finished the book that I was reading. So I finished Not My Kind of Hero by Pippa Grant, which I'm doing the Clue Readathon, the Get a Clue Readathon this month. And that was for my study. And the study book, it was recommended by my sister. And I got The Maid at the library this week at book club. And it was a blind date. And the description actually said clue-like, which I thought was perfect. And I just had to get it. So I was very thrilled to see this, because I actually have the audiobook checked out as well. And when I spun the bonus wheel, it was the cover, mostly one color. And I would say that it is not my team color, but it's very hard to find mostly white covers. So one of these days, but I have found a few. And some of them I marked it, I submitted it, and then I went, but was that mostly? And sometimes I submitted and then was like, that was kind of mostly. It's a whole thing. I really overthink it quite a bit. And it's really okay, because it's a readathon and it's for fun. And I'm having a blast. So anyway, that's not what these sprints are about. These sprints are about 24 hours of reading and sprinting and chatting and being all together. So I'm not sure if the other sprints are done or not, but I don't have any comments and I'm boring. So we're just going to go right into a sprint. As I said, I'm reading The Maid, and I am drinking uh, Victor's Twix iced coffee. So we're going to go into a sprint. And I found the, I'm so thrilled with this. Look at, it's a squirrel and it's reading. I'm way too excited by that. All right. We're going to go into a 50-minute or a 60-minute sprint. I can read. Happy reading. I need to wake up. Ah. Hello. And we are joined by the lovely Neva and the lovely Brittany.
Oh,
There's a dot.
we've not seen
Hello.
Brittany's face on 24-hour sprints in so long.
I know. It has been a hot minute. It has been so long, and I'm so excited.
Yay. I just refilled my coffee. I don't know that I like it. It's okay. It's a cold brew packet.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's not
hidden like you wanted it to.
Yeah. It's okay. I need caffeine. It's cool.
Same. I was like, I logged in and I was like, I'm gonna go get coffee. Need the coffee.
Oh, all right, Neva, what are you up to?
Well, we're gonna finish this today after a month and a half of reading it. We're not gonna talk about that. But I have 110 pages left of this book. And truly, also, if you can hear my brother counting change in front of me, I'm so sorry. I was gonna say just dump it and then start. Anyway, I'm truly live, laugh, loving. Okay, I just need to say that Emily Rath writes male romance so well. Okay, I'm not a huge fan of female written male romance because it can be kind of like fetishy and like gross. Like they make it seem like it's like a kink as opposed to like a thing that people actually do. I don't even know if that makes sense.
It does.
I think I get what you're saying.
It makes sense.
But like
where it's more of a sideshow than like an actual like
right
loving relationship.
Kind of like how sometimes like men will write like lesbian relationships where it's like this like weird like fetishy thing. It's gross. But I have never loved male romance as much as I do whenever I read it from Emily Rath. Okay, I'm just saying. I mean, it was a slow burn to get to the male part of this book. I thought it was happening at one point, and then it didn't. I mean, it sort of happened, but like not really. You know what I mean? Oh my gosh, this might be my favorite in the series. That's high praise.
It is.
It might be my favorite in the series.
It really is.
So I'm gonna finish this today, and then at some point I'll pick up House of Bane and Blood with Miss Margaret. But I'm waiting for her because she is reading it physically, and I am not. I'm reading with the audio, so I don't want to read too far ahead. And then, honestly, when I finish this, I may pick Fourth Wing back up because I want to get that done by the end of the weekend. But I'll be telling you nothing about my feelings about that. So, Brittany's like, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's it. That's all. I slept for a little while during Aoife's sprint. I always feel so bad because I like hang out with her for like the first 45 minutes and then I go to bed. But
well, it's the middle of the night, so that's fair.
She understands.
She does.
Darling Aoife.
So,
yeah.
Yeah. I felt bad because I like got on Brooklyn sprints and then I was like, before the first sprint, I'm like, yeah, I'm probably gonna leave during this.
I mean, she did do an hour and a half.
Yeah.
But like I took a shower and stuff like during her first sprint too. So.
Yeah. I just felt bad because then you weren't here when I said this because then I was like falling asleep. So I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna go to bed. So then I was reading in bed and then I finished my book. So I had like 50 pages left at least when I got off the sprint and I finished.
But that was unplanned. It was just like it's how the world went. It wasn't a planned situation.
Yeah, like when I'm like at a party or whatever and I'm like falling asleep and I'm like, oh, I have to go home. I'm just so tired. And then I like get home and I'm like up. Because,
but I mean, you had also been you hung out on my sprints for the whole time.
Yeah.
Which I didn't really expect you to do. Honestly, I expected you to be like, I'm gonna leave when Kelsey left.
Yeah. I kind of did too, but I was really like I was still up and I was like, I go to bed at 10 o'clock and I get up at 5:30 most days.
The life of the teacher, friends. Oh,
like, it just wasn't like I wasn't thinking about the fact that I wanted to be like presentable at 5:30.
This is a fact. But the nice thing with 24-hour sprints is you can just kind of like roll up how you are. Like people understand.
Yeah, like everybody just likes the sprint and it's fine. And it just is what it is. And so I was like, it's fine. I'm a little more tired than I was, which I'm glad that I have an audiobook because it's helping me like stay focused on actually reading. So that's good because I read like 30% of The Maid by Anita Prose, which it's very like I'm enjoying it, but I'm also like reading it from a lens that I think is not the intended lens. Like I'm going into it with these preconceived notions of what people have said about it. And
yeah, I've heard a lot of things about that book. So I'll be interested to hear your thoughts at the end.
Yeah. I mean, I enjoy it, but at the same time, I'm like, why isn't the confidence of this socially inept person? Like, yeah, kind of breaks my heart a little bit. But anyway, what are you up to today, Brittany? This morning?
I am reading Fourth Wing, which again, I can't say anything about because same reason Neva can't say anything about it. But I am I could finish today. It will depend on how many distractions I have, but I'm like 80% of the way through. So like it's possible.
Yeah.
It's doable. I'm 81%. So like it could happen.
And the end of that book goes really fast.
It does. So this is also a reread. So like it you know, there's that factor in it as well. So although it's been almost 3 years since I've read it. So like, you know.
It is amazing to me that came out.
It's been 1 year and a little while since I read it because I already picked it as my first book of 2024.
Oh, yeah.
So even though I pre-ordered it in 2023 and I did attempt to start it, I think like 2 or 3 times, it was never like the right timing to start it. So I would read like 6 chapters and then set it down, and then read like 3 chapters and then set it down. And then I did finally read it in 2024. Like it had been out for almost a year before I actually like
read it
the first time.
Yeah. I forgot that I actually have control over the.
Yeah, that's all you. That's all you, Amy.
Hello, Mima. This is definitely a treat. Fellow early riser. Yeah, this is the 24-hour sprint. So yeah, this is not a normal thing for me, but it's fun and I love it.
True. What time is it for you, Amy? Because I know it's early here, but I am in a much later time zone than you.
It's 7:15. It's late now.
Amy and I are on the same time zone.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So
I'm
Amy,
in the future.
Amy, Katie, and I are all on the same time zone. We just live in different states.
Got you. Because again, I'm 2 hours in the future from both of you.
Because Katie's in Minnesota, right? Yeah. Scarlet Pimpernel in preparation for Queens of Crime. Nice. We'll need to step out later, but be back in the afternoon. Reading. Nice. Stephanie just finished The Mistake by Elle Kennedy and now off to start another once I figure out which one. Nice.
Yeah, we talked about this in Eva's sprints. She finished it during Eva's last sprint.
Oh, nice.
We've all, Eva, Stephanie, and I have all determined that Elle Kennedy would have been for us 10 years ago, but it's not for us now. Because I started The Deal, which is part of that same series as The Mistake. And I DNF'd it. So I didn't care.
She's pretty firmly like new adult, right? Like
yeah, and
whatever.
She started that series in 2015. And while The Deal was like not remastered, but it was like re-edited and like stuff like that, I found the female main character to be a little annoying. And I did not give a crap about the male main character. Like, he could have fallen off the face of the planet and I wouldn't have cared.
That hurts a romance when you feel that way about the characters. It makes it hard.
Yeah, you kind of really need to be attached to.
Yeah. And so, yeah. And I mean, I do love me a romance, okay? I'm reading a 600-page one. So, like, it's not like I'm not, like, anti-romance or anything. But I just think that because she seems to write her characters very young, even though they're supposed to be in college. So she writes them like 22-year-olds that really act like they're like 18.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
And I don't love it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fair.
Yeah. Mhm. Chloe is here. Actually, I think she's working out. Yep. Going to work out for a while, but I'll try to pop in today.
Nice.
In and out. Nice. Chloe's doing TBR Deca TBR-a-thon, like a mini Deca TBR-a-thon.
Ooh, fun.
Yeah, super fun with Becca Books and Bujo. And I am 17 subs away from 1K.
I feel like we
and
can
I'm
do
very
that.
excited about
I feel listen. Amy is 17 subs away, and I am 24.
Friends, we can do that.
Yeah,
Come on, people. We can do it.
very
We
excited.
can do that.
Hello, Brooklyn is still out and about.
That
Melanie, hello. Mima finished Pimpernel. Great classic. Off, but we'll be back later this afternoon to start Queens of Crime. We will be, I don't remember who's last. Whose sprints are those?
Margaret is so it's Jess, Margaret. Yeah.
Jess and then Margaret. And I lied to y'all because I can't math this early in the morning. I'm 44 away, not 24. I don't know where I got 24 from. Just ignore
It's
me.
early.
Well,
And you've been
honestly,
doing
I
24
was like, wow, you got like 20 subs with
And I was like, that's not right, dude. This is 956 on here. Like, that's not correct. So I used a calculator. And I was like, try again, dude. Add 20 to whatever you just said. 44.
We read, we do not math.
Like,
No.
I
am
shaved
not
just
a
like
math
20
teacher.
subs off of that.
Amy's like, that's not my subject. Okay. Like,
I
we
mean,
don't
really,
math.
I mean, here's the thing. I feel like with 44 though, I'll hit 1,000 by the end of 2025. I think.
Oh, long before that.
I hope.
Yeah.
This time last year, I hit
Look how
500.
consistent you are. Yeah.
It's crazy. A year ago, I hit 500.
I love this.
And a year ago, that was my like end of the year goal. And then I hit it in like January or February, I think. And I was like, oh, well, I have no goal until 1,000.
Like, that was my last goal.
That was where I was. I think I've taken a picture every 10 subs I get. Like I've taken a screenshot because I'm like, what is happening?
What is happening? You're amazing. That's what's happening.
I know. My favorite is when one of my students said, Miss Bowman, like people besides us care what you think about books?
Yes.
We do.
Well, that's like, I think it was yesterday I sent Brittany a screenshot. Hillary had shared the she had shared like the lineup announcement for everybody. And she put like so excited or whatever like on the thing. And I sent it to Brittany and I was like, it amazes me the like OG people that still like come back for this every month. Because Brittany probably remembers when I was having like a midlife crisis last year, and I was like, maybe I should just not do 24-hour sprints in 2025.
You love 24-hour sprints.
Why would you get rid of it? Blah, blah. And I was like, well, I'll just do a poll. And then I did a poll in like November, I think. I only left it up for like 24 hours because, you can make it expire.
Yeah.
And there were a bunch of votes on it, but there was only one vote that said not to bring it back. So I was like, okay, well, clearly people like this. So I had messaged.
It's really random that somebody decided that they should vote.
They were like, no.
How dare you?
I said, well, I guess
you can't keep on YouTube.
I was like, well, if you don't want it to come back, like, why just don't come? Like,
just
you don't
vote.
Right? Like, nobody
is forced to be here.
Right. I remember I sent a screenshot of it to Brittany and I was like, how is it that I have like 99% of these votes? There were like 30 or 40 votes on the thing. And I was like, 99% of these votes are yes and 1% is no. I was like, so I guess 24 hours is here to stay. So whoever that is, that didn't like
Sorry.
them. Like, is it
Sorry to
just too chaotic for you? You know what I'm saying? Like, I have always prefaced it with like, this will be the most chaotic thing that you see from me every month is 24 Hours Friends, because I never know how they're gonna go.
Sometimes
You know?
they're not, though. We've been more chaotic in other places.
Right.
Oh, absolutely.
And I think it's gotten less chaotic since you've had like different
Mhm.
hosts with you,
Mhm.
because
Yeah.
it gives you a little bit of like a respite between, like, you're not having to be on and like the whole time, you know?
100%. Because it is
Yeah,
also,
and-
even if you're like on the whole time, when you're not running the stream, it's a different vibe. Like that, like it's just
Yeah.
different when you're not the one running it. Because it's a
And-
lot more work to run a stream than to sit and be on one. Like
And
that.
I'm glad that I did it the way I did this way, where I kind of, well, I did. I like handpicked people. Now I will say that I did put a lot of, like, I did put people on a like a spinner wheel, because there were other people that I considered for this year, but I was like, okay, if I do 15 people in total, that's like a good mix of people that should be able to show up throughout the year,
Mhm.
right? And then
Mhm.
like I used a spinner wheel to like pick everybody, but then I was like, okay, if these people tell me they can't do it for whatever reason, I mean, none of you told me that you didn't want to do it, but like I gave everybody the option. Like I messaged everybody separately so that no one
Mhm.
felt pressured to be like, yes, I'll do it,
Yeah.
Right.
even if they don't have the capacity. Because like there's no hard feelings if you can't do it. It's not a big deal.
Yeah. But there's nothing worse when you get like a text and it's sent to everybody and they're like, who wants to do this? And then everybody's like
You
replying
can't
all,
say no.
yeah, I'll do it. Yeah, I'll do it. Yeah. Like,
Right.
You
so
literally
like,
can't
no,
say
it's
no. But then you're
genuine.
like,
Yes.
It's
Yeah.
like it's like when Logan proposed to Rory. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm just not trying to do all that. So in Gilmore Girls, sorry. So you know what I mean? I'm not trying to put people like on the spot, because like I want you to feel like you can tell me like, hey, dude, I'm so sorry, but I can't. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'm glad I did it this way, because now like it's a consistent, like you may not know from month to month who it's going to be, but you know who it will only be. Like you only have so many options.
Right. Right.
Which
Yeah.
makes it less chaotic, because then I know that it's people, like everybody that's doing it this year has done 24-hour sprints at least once. Because the other Amy, I think, has only did it during Pick-Pongathon.
That would make sense.
It had to have been Pick-Pongathon, because it was a readathon, and she wasn't a host for Amazing last year.
No.
So it had to have been Pick-Pongathon. And she'd never done it before. So I did make sure to be up with her. But like now she's done it. So like if I need to step away or whatever, I trust y'all. I mean, if it blows up in a dumpster fire, it's
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's a fun little, just like, it's like a monthly readathon, and you just like do what you do and you get it. You know, it's fun. It's fun. Anyway, I think we're at the end of the comments, and I mean, we could just go into another sprint.
Sounds good.
So, little less chatty, I guess. What is wrong with my mouse? This is
You're like, the technology is turning against me, and this is not the time. It's not the time for that.
it I forget that I'm not like in front of my students, because my students are used to me looking at my computer and going, "Can you just work, please?" And they're like, look up at me and they're like, "Oh, she's talking to her computer, not us."
I swear, Amy would be such a fun teacher.
she really would be, honestly.
So fun, friends.
Sometimes my students would agree with that. I don't know, but always, but sometimes. Oh, all right. Happy reading. Hello.
I was frantically trying to finish a paragraph. It's fine. Just because I don't like to.
You need a
like,
second yet?
no, I'm fine. I just don't like to finish in the middle of a page because then when I come back, I'm like, where
Yeah.
was I?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to get to the one at the bottom, so I knew where I was.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Well, I had to stop because I got to a chapter and I was like, not. Yeah. So I am on chapter 11
Nice.
of The Maid. I didn't read like that whole time because honestly, it is difficult to read how completely misunderstanding
Mm-hmm.
Molly is. Like, she has no idea how mistreated she actually is.
Mm.
And it's so aggravating that people are taking advantage of her as much as they are. Like, it's like,
yeah, I can understand that.
It's so not. So that's difficult, but then I'm like, okay, but if I really just listen to it and I think of, it's good. I just want her to have somebody in her corner that's not a butt, and I want her to recognize it.
That's not
And
a butt.
She does have somebody who's not a butt, but she's not really understanding that, like, he's not forward enough in telling her, like, no, for real, like, these people are using you and you need to stop letting them, like, she walked in on something and this guy like starts giving her attention. She's like, oh my gosh, that he's so jealous. That's not what happened. He's trying to make sure, like, oh my gosh, stop. It's just, like, I know people can be butts. It stinks to see it, like, actually in fiction. Like, I don't know, like, it's too real.
Yeah, I can understand that completely.
But I was also looking at my journal for this month, and I have read 26 books in February.
That's amazing. That's so many.
That's so many.
Granted, I read like a whole bunch of novellas during the mid-month.
Those count.
Chaos.
Those count?
They count. But I literally just I just sat and read that weekend because I was dog sitting, and so like the only time I was up was when the dogs needed something. So it's been a very good reading, and like I've been able to find books that like fit the prompts and actually like I want to read, and I've been wanting to read that. Like I don't. It's just been a very, very good month, and I was just like, huh. And I've had a lot. I've finished like 3 read alouds, and I count those too. So those were like started.
Oh, you read them exactly.
Yeah. So like they're rereads, and they aren't counting towards Clue because I was more than 50% done with them when the month started. But like I read them and I finished them, and they count. So
absolutely.
Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, how did you do?
I am 83% through this book. So I'm on page 460. We finally hit this scene. So there's a scene in Pucking Wild that I was waiting to get to in this book because I knew that we had to see it at some point because it's a scene that happens between these 3 characters. And we hit this scene, and let me just tell you, it was better than I could have imagined from reading it in Pucking Wild. Because like in Pucking Wild, it's a scene where they're like walked in on.
Yeah.
So like you see it through the eyes of Tess and Ryan. So they're just like appalled by it. They're like, oh my God. You know what I'm saying? Like if you walked in on somebody doing stuff, you know what I mean? But like to read how the actual scene played out, truly chef's kiss. Honestly, I'm loving. Okay, I just Emily Rath owes me more tabs because I am almost out of the 4 colors that I picked. It's fine. It's really fine. I've tabbed. I don't think I've ever tabbed a book this much in life. So
Nice.
yeah.
So the books are like all concurrently happening, or they're
Okay, so so Pucking Sweet takes place. The beginning of this book takes place before the events of Pucking Around.
okay.
Because Poppy is the PR manager.
Okay.
Okay, there's a lot of things happening here. Because in Pucking Around we have Rachel and her 3 guys. So it's Rachel who's the like team doctor, intern, whatever. But she's a medical professional. And then we have Jake and Mars who are both hockey players, and then we have Caleb who is the sports equipment manager, but he's like retired from playing hockey. Like he used to play hockey, but he had an injury, so he can't anymore. So we have them. Then Pucking Wild is Rachel's best friend, Tess, and Ryan Langley, who is a hockey player. And then this book is 2 hockey players and the PR manager. So you see where, like, you see Rachel joining the team, but through Poppy's eyes in this book. Because that's why in this book, when you look at, like, the player roster at the beginning, Caleb, Jake, and Ilmari, or Mars, they are all listed with both of their last names, because for part of this book, for like the first 50-ish% of this book, their last name is not Price, but for the last half it is, because in Pucking Around, they all get married and then they all take Rachel's name or whatever. So that's not a spoiler, it literally says it on the back. But that's like a whole thing that happens. So Pucking Around and Pucking Wild are timeline wise concurrent, because Pucking Wild picks up during like part of Pucking Around. Like you kind of need to read Pucking Around to understand what's happening in Pucking Wild, because there's like a scene that happens and then that's where we open with Pucking Wild. This one takes place technically before the events of Pucking Around, but there are things in this that like we've already seen in the other 2 books, but we just see them from a different point of view.
Okay.
And I have no idea how Pucking. I don't know how Pucking Strong is going to work. I don't have enough information about that. I know what the cover looks like, and I know I'm going to read it. That's all I know.
Nice. Brittany, did you want to say more about where you were? What you got done?
I was not reading the whole time either. I had to go do some parenting, as one does. But now my child has left, because that's what I was doing, was getting him ready. He's going for sleepover tonight. So I am now kid-free.
Yay.
Joyous day. I love my child, but it's always nice to have a quiet day. And I got to 86% though when I was reading. So I don't remember what I said last time. So just like a couple percent. But like it's a 600-page book, so like fair. Or 500. Right. It's big. Yeah. So yeah. I feel like I'm getting to the point where, like, if anyone's read this book, like a lot's about to happen. A lot's about to go down. Yeah.
Yeah.
How I feel about that. Also, Julie's here if you want to let Julie in.
Oh.
I'm chilling backstage.
Hello. I am so sorry. I kept like, you were underneath what I can see. So I'm like, I did not see you at all. Like, I thought Brittany was just Josh and me, because I'm like, not? What are you talking about?
Jokes.
I was
Yay,
like, I'll say
Julie's-
hi because they're chatting. I'm not sure if we're gonna see me.
Julie, do you want to tell us what you're up to, what you're doing?
Sure. I can only hang out a little bit this morning, so I thought I'd come say hi to everybody. But I'm
Yay.
trying desperately to finish a prompt for Clue, the billiard room, because I haven't finished the book in like 5 days, and like that's not good for Clue.
Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Mm.
I was behind, but I finished my billiard room, and then I finished whatever one we just did yesterday. So
I'm losing track.
That is
Yeah.
surely the end of a competitive readathon when you're like, whatever just happened. I know
Yeah.
it all
I-
blends together.
I just
into
did
one.
something.
Right, exactly. It just
I
becomes
know-
one big moment in your
Yeah.
head. Like, I don't know.
I did something. It fit the prompt. It's fine.
I know what the prompts are. I just can't remember which room I'm in.
Yeah.
fair.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Exactly. All right, Kendra is here. Good morning. I'm so tired. Toddler has been waking up at 2 a.m. for playtime. Like, girl, please. Oh man. 54% into Scythe and Sparrow. Glad no brain power is needed. like in fantasy. Nice. Pamela, hello. Thanks for stopping by. Just got here watching Going 17. Just started my fourth rewatch. Love this group and this variety show. I don't know what that is, but I'm very glad for you. Hello, Jennifer. How are you? Finishing up AJ Fickery. I love AJ Fickery. And hopefully Unclaimed Baggage. Jane, hello, Jane. Eating breakfast and watching some booktube, listening to the end of Ina Garten's memoir when I'm puttering around, and it's fantastic. I have heard that too. My sister gave it to me to read, like to borrow and read, and it has not moved from my table because she just has a tendency to do that. Like she finishes a book and she just gives it to me, and I'm like, Denise, you read 5 times faster than I do. You know, like
Relax. No, I'm just like,
I know it is. I'm like, okay. I mean, yeah, some people
I was
it
gonna
is.
say, I think that it depends on first where you go for karaoke.
There.
Because I did learn living in a larger city. There was one karaoke place that we would go. It was a bar, okay, but there was one karaoke bar that we would go to where like actual singers would go to. And by that I do mean like people that were like trying to pursue singing as a career.
Kind of more like an open mic night, but karaoke style.
Right.
Yeah.
So I mean, I liked going to that place because like people were actually singing as opposed to like drunken whatever you get at karaoke bars. But I mean,
Yeah.
if you're going to just like a standard karaoke bar, I feel like, yeah, there's a lot of yelling and there's a lot of like people that are up there singing that like someone told them that like with enough alcohol they sounded good. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
I mean, and truthfully, at that place that we would go to where like actual people that could sing went, it took me like a month and a half to even go up to sing because I was like, ain't no way, bro. Like these people can like actually sing and I'm just me, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's pretty common for people to just like scream into a microphone and think they're doing something.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. I really was very excited to find a squirrel reading with an ambient room that had no music, so I could use it for sprints. Squirrels reading. So cute. Anyway, Betsy is here. Hi, everyone. Just joining, reading Dim Sum of All Fears by Vivian Cheen.
Vivian, I'm pretty sure it's Vivian Chen because I'm pretty sure she wrote something dumplings, Death by Dumpling,
Mm.
which I have.
Oh, that
I have that
series.
on the shelf. I think that this is like one of the other books in that series. I think like maybe number
Okay.
2 or something. Because I have Death by Dumpling. I actually need to reread it so I can continue the series because I read it a couple years ago, 2023. It was actually one that I like picked up after I was given it for my birthday, and then I never moved on with the series. But it's like cozy mystery.
Yeah. Yep. Very cool. Yeah, I really like Molly, but I dislike a lot of people around her, and it's very much a struggle for me to dislike all the people around her. But and some of them I'm like, I can't tell if they're gigantic butts or not because like I just can't. It is. I'm enjoying it, and I really like Molly, but it's kind of, I don't know. Julie, have you read The Maid?
Mm-mm. I have not tried Frida McFadden.
Oh, this is The
Yeah, it's
Maid.
the housemaid.
Rose.
This is somebody else. Yeah,
Wrong
I've
one.
seen this book.
This is Cozy Mystery.
Oh no, I have not.
It's I guess it's not. It's like adjacent Cozy Mystery. It's not really Cozy Mystery, but and she's just, there's some very neurospicy things about Molly that aren't actually named as far as I can tell in the book and as far as I've heard. But she's not very, she's socially inept in a lot of ways, and she knows what she knows, and she uses the information that she has and like runs with it, but she's not like, she doesn't understand when people are being sarcastic sometimes, and she doesn't understand when people are like using her for information or giving her attention because they need something from her and like those kind of things. And it's like, it's hard to watch in that way.
Yeah.
But it's making for a good story. So yeah. It's making me mad, but I'm enjoying it. That's where I am with that. Hello, Steph. Slow morning, but got to page 80 of Forged by Malice. That sprint. Nice. Stephanie took a nap and is now back trying to figure out the next read. Out of context, because I'm still watching Going 17 as the chatty bit is happening. 17 is truly the best group I've ever gotten into, in my opinion. They make me so happy. Cool. Awesome.
I think 17 is a K-pop band. I think. I mean, they can tell me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure 17 is a K-pop band.
So is Going 17 like the name of a special?
I think it's like a documentary.
17 is like the name of the band or group.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah,
they are
a K-pop group. Yeah,
they are,
because my non-binary sister listens to K-pop, and I'm pretty sure they've talked about 17 before. That's why I was pretty sure.
Cool. Hillary's back, still reading The Rage of Dragons. Is the variety show. Going 17 is the variety show they do on YouTube. There you go. Very cool. Swank is here. Hello. Very cool. All right. So I think we're gonna do one last sprint, and then we'll have some chat bits at the end, right? Because
yeah, you still have an hour.
You have like 10 minutes if you do an hour sprint.
Yeah. So that'll be good. So I'm just going to put the last sprint banner up, and we will do this. Julie, are you going to be able to stick around until the end, or are you?
Yeah. I just can't. I don't know if I'll make it to Jess's sprints. That's what I meant. Okay. I can hang out for here, but we'll see.
Okay. I didn't want to just ignore you, and then you had to leave, and then
no. Yeah. No, you're good.
All right. Bring this up. All right. Happy reading. Hello. Welcome back. Am I echoing?
I love how we all silently said that. We were all like, yes.
No, I'm afraid to talk. I didn't
You're not
echo
I
that.
think you're okay now.
Yeah, you're not echoing now.
So weird. Okay. How'd everybody do?
I did not read. Well, I read 2 pages. I don't really count that. So I read 2 pages, and then I had to deal with Ari. So it's fine. Still live, laugh, loving over here. If anyone was wondering, okay. And I am gonna finish this book today because like I'm so close to done that like if I don't finish this book today, I'm gonna yell at myself tomorrow. So it's getting finished today. And I'm gonna have to buy new pink, purple, and orange tabs because I have like 3 of each color left. So that's a conundrum. But that's how you know that I tabbed a lot. And I don't tab books that much. So yeah. Will I go back and like highlight and underline? I don't know if I can be bothered, to be honest. Because like if I flip through these, like through the tabs, I'll know what I tabbed. Because I like purposely tabbed right above like the line, at least like the line that it starts, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think I can be bothered to go through and like actually mark the book up. But tabbing was fun.
That's fair.
Oh, I'm next. I got to 93% of Fourth Wing. So that's where I'm at. Which you
Nice.
think would mean I'm going to finish it today, but I actually don't think I'm going to because I need to eat lunch. So I need to switch to like an audiobook book. And I'm like 90% of the way through Hero of Ages. So if I switch to that, I'm probably going to finish that one too. I'm very close to finishing a lot of like very chunky fantasy books.
But also, I feel like 96% in a fantasy book is way different than like 96% in like.
Well, and it's 93, so I still have like 2 hours left. Like
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like even like 93%, like I'm 80 something percent through this book, and I still have like an hour and a half of reading left.
Yeah,
and I
your
only have-
93% is probably the same as my 63% on the main.
Right.
Exactly. And I only have another 2 hours before I leave the house, and I need to eat lunch, and I'll listen to Hero of Ages. So it's like, it's fine. It's fine. This is like a birthday weekend. So like once I leave the house at 2, I'm not returning to the house until tomorrow at noon. So like I other than to like sleep, like I am not here for the next 24 hours. So I'm like, I will not be reading Fourth Wing probably until I would like to say tomorrow, but it might be Monday.
That's okay. Yeah, I mean, my plan is to finish Fourth Wing by like tomorrow when I go to bed, but like I don't know if that will happen.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It might be like Monday or Tuesday before I actually get it done, but it's fine.
It is both fine and not fine because I know that we're trying to do this for a project which requires us to read all 3 books in the next 3 weeks, which means we do need to read 1 a week, which now means we're drifting into the next week with knowing Iron Flame is the biggest one that we have to read.
Which is also true, but luckily we both have audios, right?
Yeah, that's why I have to do it in 3 weeks, is because I lose Onyx Storm 3 weeks from the moment I messaged you and was like, oh, we need to start that project.
And to be real, like I already owned Fourth Wing audio, so like I didn't have to wait for that.
Mm-hmm.
But then yesterday, Libby was like, "Oh, you wanted Iron Flame and Onyx Storm? Here's both at the same time." Am I supposed to listen to both at once?
That was the problem with planning this whole project, which y'all will know what the project is later, but like, to line up all 3 audios when you know all 3 of them have huge weights to make sure that I got them all at the same time was truly
and I was like, well, I have
Libby magic.
And my thing was like, I have Fourth Wing. Like if I go into the next week and I don't have Iron Flame, like by next week I would have money. I could just get it from Audible
Yeah.
or whatever.
Mhm.
But I was like, which I would just get it from Audible because that's where Fourth Wing is anyway.
Right.
But I was like, I don't really want to spend money on a book that's like up in the air about whether I'm going to like it or not, you know?
Mhm.
So I was like, well, I'll just put it on hold library. Well, the library told me that both books were 12 weeks out.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay. And then yesterday at freaking like 10:30 p.m., it was like, oh, you wanted these? Here you go, both at once. And I'm like,
Libby is looking out for us with this project. It's like, here, you can have them.
so now
Yeah,
I'm like,
that
okay,
feels
I have
like
21 days.
serendipity
both of
right
these
there.
Yeah.
It really did, because I got all 3 audios within 24 hours from Libby. Like they were like boom, boom, boom. And I was like, how
Whoa.
did I line this up so well when they all have such weights? Like
It's
truly,
because Libby said we encourage y'all to do this project. That's what Libby said.
Libby was like,
Libby
now,
was an enabler.
now's
Yeah.
the time.
Libby does that.
Yeah.
I mean, like I noticed that the audios were on Hoopla, which I was like, that is crazy too. But not
Mine
everybody has
didn't-
access to Hoopla.
That was my backup for Iron Flame, but it doesn't have Onyx Storm for me. So I had to wait till I at least had Onyx Storm through Libby because I couldn't get it through Hoopla.
I'm gonna be
You
real.
know
I
what?
didn't
I don't
check
know that
Hoopla.
Onyx Storm is on. Because there's like 2 different versions of Fourth Wing and 2 different versions of Iron Flame, and
Mhm.
I just feel like maybe I just assumed that it was there.
Well,
also.
Iron
But
Flame, Iron Flame and Fourth Wing both come in a graphic audio version too.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Which
There's
I'm not fussed
I'm not
with
doing the
that.
graphic audio. I'm just absolutely not. And listen, I tried graphic audio with Akatar. I made it through the first half of the first book because the Akatar books are split into 2 audiobooks per book for
Mhm.
the graphic audio. I made it through the first half of the first half. No, and I was like, listen, there's too much
No.
much background stuff going on. And then Brooklyn told me that when she get to Court of Mist and Fury, there's like growling, and I was like, absolutely not, absolutely no.
I just feel
No.
like I'm not
No.
even sure if I'm going to like this series. So like I don't think that would help. Do you know what I mean? Like I let's not give it an added potential to not work with like a too much sensory
That's what
input coming
that's
out.
You're
I'm
setting
saying, like,
yourself up for success.
too much was
Trying to.
too
I
much
don't
was
know.
like too much is already riding on this for us to sabotage ourselves by giving ourselves the graphic audios.
Right?
And honestly, I didn't even check Hoopla because Libby had the books that I needed, so I didn't even check Hoopla to see if my Hoopla had it or not.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Julie?
Oh, yeah.
We've lost the plot at this point, people. This is the point. in
I was
time
like,
where
all right,
Chatting.
I haven't said what I've done yet.
I hit 50% of this book, but this is a reread. So I was also working on my bullet journal for next week.
Ooh,
So-
nice.
Yeah. So I was listening and working, just floating along. Very happy.
Nice. Yeah, I have 100 pages left of The Maid. So I should probably finish that when I'm watching Jess's
Yes.
next. So yeah, I'm really, really liking it, but it's making me so mad how she is treated. Like I just need to breathe.
Hmm.
as I read it. But yeah, I'm really enjoying it. Margaret is here, or as I call her, Meredith, apparently, because
it's fine. Ari calls her Marguerite,
Oh, I like that.
which is like longer than her actual name is. Like there was one thing on Twitter. She was like, "Oh, you're spelling with Marguerite," and I was like, "Do you mean Margaret?" And she was like, "That's what I said, Mom, Marguerite."
That's
And I
what
was
I
like,
said.
"All right."
I love that she came back to you with like, you heard what I said.
Well, she also calls Meredith. She calls Meredith Princess Merida because on camera Merida's hair looks red.
Yes.
Mhm.
So that's why, like, whenever I'm talking to Meredith anywhere, like she'll do something and I'll be like, I forgive you because you're a princess, right? That's
Mhm.
I mean, I would forgive Meredith anything too. So that's fair.
Princess Merida, you know?
Oh, that's wonderful. Happy Biscuit and Gravy Day and National Chili Day and Margarita Day.
Ooh.
That's a lot of
are
things
all very
all in one day.
But all great things individually.
Truly.
I don't know
Yeah.
if I put that all
I
together.
don't want it all together.
I mean, biscuits and gravy for breakfast, chili for lunch, and a margarita to celebrate at the end of the day. Like, sounds great to me.
That's fair. I will say biscuits and gravy is not a Canadian thing. Like that's not something you would see here. But I've seen it like in theory.
Listen, biscuits and gravy, I'm not, like, I'm an American, but I'm not a fan.
I love biscuits and gravy. I love biscuits and I love that gravy. And so, I mean, yeah.
I'm just
Yeah.
not, like, I'm not a huge fan, but, like, I understand, like, why people like it.
Mhm.
Yeah. Hello. Thank you. I don't know what that echo was about, but thankfully it's gone. Hi again, Pamela. Finish house cleaning and then we'll read. Good morning, Chrissy. 27% into the offer by T.M. Richardson for the nervous to read bonus prompt. Don't read a lot of erotica, but the series is great. Okay. It's not an Amy book. Finished The Cartographers during that sprint.
Love that book.
Nice. I want to read that book. I haven't read it yet, though.
It's very good.
Yeah. Yeah. This is the end of the 24 hours. It is not the end of the 24 hours. This is just the end of this leg. And we have about 8 hours left to go. We're going to be heading to Jess's channel, who is the Hex Librarian. So we'll be heading to her channel now.
Now.
Because it is 10 o'clock. All right. So thank you all for coming, and I will see you soon. Bye. End stream.